Oh, look! The Fomorian underworld. I live there! You might have lived there too, if the Morians hadn't taken you away as a child. Ah, the sweet smell of sulfur mixed with rotting flesh. It never gets old. Mostly because there's new sulfur and rotting flesh every day. Once upon a time, we lived in Ireland along with the Tuatha. But we got a little too big for our britches. There was a war, and we got ourselves banished to this hellhole where we now eat my dad's limbs for fun. There he is! Dad, or King Zerion, if you're not one of his direct progeny. Though I guess we all are if you go back enough generations. Since you're half Fomorian, which I don't really want to think about the logistics of, since one of your parents was a giant cyclops and the other one was a human. But I digress. You're big and you're scary. So the King of the Celts decided to take you along on his mission to go see those assholes, the Tuatha, over in Ireland. Whispers drift on the cool breeze as it wafts over the sea. Could it be that the one who will guide us to a new world is amongst us? Could this be the first verse of the legend of Mille Espagne, the Waylander?
You're the first to rise, my king.
Always.
Is there anything you need?
No. I've been looking forward to this day my entire life. The moment I finally meet the Tuatha De Danann. The moment we finally blend our worlds into one.
As have I. Though you might have to stop me from putting my foot in my mouth. Meeting my gods, my heroes. It's a lot to take in.
You don't have to do any of the talking. Or convince them to treat you like an equal. That's my job.
For that, I'm grateful.
Are the others awake?
That new soldier woke even before me. The others are beginning to stir.
What about my son?
Do you want the honest answer? Or,
He's fast asleep, isn't he?
He didn't go to bed until about 2 hours ago. I'm pretty certain he's still drunk.
Oh. I asked you to guard him. Watch over him.
I know, but...
Perhaps the prince should remain here on the ship during our negotiations today.
Then how will he learn?
Well, not from you, I suppose.
Ouch. Fair, but ouch.
How long have they been here?
The whole time. So, how do you feel about meeting the gods today?
While I admire your commitment to your duty, I'd encourage you to have opinions. Feelings are what set us apart from beasts.
I came up here in the first place to ask if your majesty wanted some breakfast.
Not just yet. Allow me a few more moments alone to enjoy the stars on the horizon before the sun washes them away.
But of course, my lord. Shall we? And now, thanks to my hard work, I'm the youngest leader of the Druids College ever.
Yes, Amagin, we know you ship rainbows. Stop bragging to the new kid.
Well, not all of us have had thousands of years to perfect our craft.
You're right. Some of us learned to shut up before we turned 30.
Be nice, my dear. The sun hasn't even risen yet.
Yeah, because nighttime is when no one ever does or says anything naughty.
You're insufferable.
I love you too.
Sustenance has arrived!
Oh, thank goodness. I am positively famished.
You ate more than anyone else at dinner last night.
Yeah, I worked it all off.
Okay, egg time! Yum!
We have to wake up the prince eventually, but he's not going to be happy about it.
Nope.
Absolutely not.
Don't look at me. Your Highness, Prince Lugade.
If he ruined my favorite cloak, I'm going to feed him to
Go easy on him, Amagin. Maybe he'll be better at holding the throne than holding his liquor.
At his age, I was already an established professor.
We already know you're a freak. No need to brag.
Yeah, bragging is my thing.
Everyone, we're here.
Our scouting boats have finished surveying the beach. We should be safe to land. But it's strange. There were no people to be seen.
They're not exactly people, Taliesin. They're gods.
I know. Our gods. But do they not walk on the ground? Do they not bend twigs when walking past trees?
What do you mean?
There's nothing. Nothing at all.
I'm done with this.
You fucking imbecile!
Father, why are we giving them presents? You're the king. They should be giving tribute to you.
We are emissaries of peace to a people more powerful than any of us can understand or even imagine. This is a privilege.
Well, I'm sick of privilege.
So are we.
Excuse me?
How's that hangover, Your Highness?
I can't believe you made me share a cabin with this.
Speak, child. What am I?
Enough!
I have done everything in my power, both as your king and as your father, to prepare you to carry the crown. You're an adult now, and your mother and I, we don't know what else we can do. When we return home to Galicia, I'm calling together the council. We need to decide if you're ever going to be suited for the throne.
But father...
From now on, you will address me as Your Majesty. Stop gawking and get back to work.
When I'm hunting down prey, I use my sense of smell. I see if there's any blood in here. Once, when I was stalking a lion, I followed him into his den, convinced I was about to slay the largest beast of my heroic career. But he had a whole litter of cubs, and I just, I couldn't. They were so cute. The noble I was working for adopted the whole lion family. Now they live in luxury, all thanks to Heraklios. I too was a partier at his age. Oh, I have some sympathy. But I was much better at carrying heavy stuff and keeping my mouth shut.
I'm humiliated. How dare he? I am his son. Does that mean nothing to him? Why can't he accept that I'm trying my best? I'm still young. I still have time to grow into this. My father is an amazing king, but he wasn't perfect at my age. Why is he holding me up to such a high standard? He can rot in the underworld for all I care. It's never mattered what I wanted. It's my birthright. Or whatever. Mother never shuts up about it. I've always had to be the prince, whether I liked it or not. Now our majesty is throwing it in my face. Asshole.
I need some time alone to think. Center myself before I meet my gods. I must focus on what lies just ahead, instead of dreading conversations necessary when we return home. My wife is going to hate this. I didn't enjoy a single moment of that no. It's the hardest thing I've ever had to do, but I had to do it. Thank you. I'm not sure I did, but what's done is done. My wife Escotta and I, we were never able to have more children. Brigade is so precious to us. We've shown him as much love as we know how. And now this. If I can't be a good father, maybe at least I can be a good king.
Stay with me, my king. I need more Amagen. We can do better than this.
How dare you tell me what to do after embarrassing me in front of the Tuatha?
Oh, the Tuatha that just attacked us. Those Tuatha, huh? Yeah, I'm a wretched bitch for dimming their esteemed opinion off you. Can't believe myself.
Help! Help! Thank you. Now let's crush these bastards.
We're being surrounded by fear bollards. I don't know where they're coming from, but there are a lot of them, and it's not good. Help me organize the troops. This is chaos.
On it. You, help us.
Oh, Father.
Oh, stop your blubbering. This is all your fault.
We can yell at the kid later. Save your energy.
Would you all please stop?
Father, he's still alive.
Not if you keep doing that.
We need to get the king back to the boats.
Agreed.
Here. You're not stable enough for me to remove the spearhead, but that should make things a bit more comfortable.
Nothing about this is comfortable.
Your Majesty, can you stand?
Here, I'll help you.
I've got you, Your Majesty. I'll carry you home.
I'm all right. I can stand. I just need to go slow. Keep them off me.
We can do that.
I'll meet you at the beach.
There! The boats!
Good work, Taliesin. I knew I could count on you.
Heraclios, take all of our people and get them to the boats.
You're the strategist. Do you think this is going well?
No. Wishful thinking.
Ha! We don't have time for that.
You're brave, Greek.
You too, kid. Let's get a drink when this is done.
The rest of you get on those boats.
I need to take care of something. If the legends are correct, there should be a cave on this beach that connects to the Morian otherworld. I need to seal it, so that whatever it is that's happening here doesn't come for my people next.
You can't do that kind of magic without me. Did you hear that?
I felt it.
We all did.
That must be
Luke, the wolf.
the lost king of the Tuatha.
More attractive than I'd imagined.
What is wrong with you?
The curse upon Ireland has been awakened. I am now reborn. I will not rest until I have dismembered and dined upon the entrails of every mortal creature who dares cross my path.
Tell your mother I love her.
The glowing hand seems to be a focus on his magic. We should focus on the glowing hand. What? Who did it? Attack his head. The glowing hand seems to be a focus for his magic. We should focus on the glowing hand. Who did it? Attack his head.
You're the king now, Lugade. Command your troops.
I don't know what I'm doing. My soldiers! My countrymen! Onto the boats! We must leave this cursed place!
I love a good fight more than anything else in the world. But we're fucked and we need to go.
We'll distract the Tuatha. You're with us. We need to draw their attention and make it to that cave.
Good idea. That should keep them from getting too close to the king.
Something feels wrong. I can't think.
I know, but I need you to let us in. Through that cave. I was being an arsehole before. We can't do this without you. Are you ready?
No, but let's go.
Let's go home.
Did they make it?
Seems so.
At least we didn't die in vain.
We're not going to die.
Save that cheeky optimism for the ritual, darling. It's gonna be rough. All right, Tally. We need...
You thought you could escape us?
I'm counting on you. For King If!
But you were wrong.
No, Tally.
Your souls are ours for all eternity.
Naz, hurry!
Talaison's talk. Right, you. Don't stand there. Pick it up and put it on. Any change?
Not a one. Nothing I've tried seems to make any difference.
You'll get it. I know you will.
But what if you're wrong?
I'm a seer.
Did you see this? Any of this?
I did not.
Then stop invoking your title. You can't be the seer and fail to see things this monumental.
You're awake.
What?
You did it. You saved Mill.
I mean, of course I did it. This is what I do.
This is Barath. He's been taking care of you since you... Well, a lot has happened since you've been...
I'm sure you have questions.
Well, you died.
Technically speaking.
True. You weren't exactly dead. There was something about you that... I don't quite know how to explain it. But I was able to keep you stable with my magic until we got you back here.
Lucky for you. The cave you found connected with the Morian otherworld.
No, it didn't. Not initially. I made them connect. Magic is so helpful sometimes. It's a bit of a miracle. If Amagan and I hadn't been by your side, there's no way you would have survived. It took all our magical ability to keep you stable and bring you back here. It's likely that we're the two most talented wielders of magic alive right now.
And they're the most humble.
Am I wrong?
I didn't say that.
Humility is for the unexceptional. I am merely honest. We did manage to kill Luke with your help, and dozens of the other minor Tuatha. But the Three Kings, no. No, they're still out there.
You barely escaped with your lives. Killing them wasn't a possibility, and I'm shocked any of you made it back alive.
I'm not sure. None of what's happened makes any sense. Taliesin has, or had, a bright destiny. He can't be dead. I'm not mourning, you sweet old fool. I'm saying he quite literally should not be dead. Destiny itself is corrupted now. Nothing is unfolding as it should. This is my home, in the Morian otherworld.
She's been keeping you here since the incident.
Safest place in the world, complete with all of my magical artifacts and luxurious pillows for rest and recovery.
My home is not too far, so we've had access to my research as well. Another Morian.
Another old Morian?
It's true. I've been alive for a long time. Enough time to read just about every book that's ever been written. Learn most songs. Memorize most medicinal cures. I don't have the ability to use magic, but I have the next best thing. A decent brain. Haven't always used it to its full potential, but focusing on healing you was, and is, an honor.
My healing magic made it so we haven't had to feed you. But you're probably starving now.
Oh yes, you should eat. Start to regain your strength. I have some stew simmering in my home. I find the smell calming. I'll be back in just a few minutes with a bowl for you.
Good. I have a great fondness for broth, but I need to speak to you alone. Come find me in the throne room when you're ready for a nasty little chat. First off, you should absolutely be dead. Our talk saved you. It absorbed the brunt of Tuatha's attack. But now I can't see your past or your future. Honestly, it's given me such a headache. The present seems to be normal. When I use my sight, I can see you recovering on my bed. I can see you here. Now. But I don't know what you're about to do next. I can't picture you eating the soup Barath is about to bring you. There's just nothing. Not exactly, no. Not that I can recall. I've been wrong before. When something or someone powerful managed to alter the timeline. I did not see King Ith or Taliesin's deaths. Neither was meant to happen. But when you're dealing with gods, expect the unexpected, I suppose. We need to speak to Amagin. That's more within his domain as a druid.
Old family recipe. I hope you like turnip greens. How are you feeling? Ha! I'm sure. It isn't every day you wake up after a month of sleep brought on by an attack from the three most powerful beings in existence. Take it slow and eat something. So, what's the plan?
It's time to pay our old buddy Amagin a visit.
Oh, I knew that was coming, but I didn't want to say it.
Some things are inescapable, my dear.
No, I think I'll pass. I know I can't control my destiny, but I can at least avoid my past.
The Morian Otherworld. Home. Our dark home. I tend to spend very little time here, unless I'm in my own quarters. When you can see reality side by side, there's something comforting in expecting a sunset and a sunrise. No two look exactly the same. There's always a glimmer of a colour, a flash of light, the presence of a single wisp of a cloud to keep you grounded in the present moment. Down here, nothing changes. Well, not for the Morians, anyway. The fomorians eat each other sometimes. Keeps things interesting.
I think I should go talk to Brath. Travelling with you would be good for him. Hopefully I can help him see that. If I can convince Brath, I'll tell him to meet you in the fomorian underworld, on the other side of the Gate of Exile. In the meantime, you should have a look around. Maybe give the Golden Market a visit. I knew you couldn't resist my persuasive charms for long. Are you certain that joining our cause is what you want?
Oh yes, of course.
Excellent. That calms my remaining nerves. I always trust you to walk the right path.
This is what I do.
We call our part of this realm the Otherworld, but fomorians call this the Underworld. I can't say I blame them. It's not great. Like I told you before, the fomorians once ruled Ireland, but then they partnered with Lugh, became too dangerous, and were conquered by the Tuatha in order to preserve the safety of the rest of the world. They were banished here, and have been rotting in this hole ever since.
Hey, visitors! Fancy visitors. I like your dress.
And you are?
I'm Delba, youngest daughter of King Zerion, certified underworld tour guide.
You're a what now?
Tour guide for all the people who come here to learn about the Fomorian culture and way of life. Nope, you're my first ones. I'm so happy you're here. I promise to be very thorough.
Sure, thank you. How long have you been doing this?
Not too long at all, about 12 years. The angry druid guy, yeah, he's fighting with my dad again. I tried to give him a tour, and he told me to shut up.
What an asshole, right? Right?
The absolute worst.
Darling, I think we're gonna get along just fine.
Well, shit. Looks like the tiny druid guy pissed off my dad.
You mean Amagin?
Yes,
He is tiny, isn't he?
the tiniest.
I think you better take us to our friend.
I will not permit you to do this any longer. I am tortured enough without your insolence.
Well, if you insist on being that way, I'll have to cause you pain without asking next time.
Silence, you worm!
Look, not all druids can turn into animals. And if I did...
Seriously, Amagin, what are you doing?
Perfect! My other favorite person in the world.
I better be. Look.
You did it. You did it.
I couldn't have done it without you.
Or me?
Barath, how excellent to see you. It's been far too long.
I disagree.
Stop ignoring me! I will use your bones as toothpicks!
Hey, Dad! Look! Tourists!
Oh, those aren't tourists, Delba. That's the seer.
But she's not alone. This one here. Maybe they actually care about the plight of the Fomorians?
Do you want to know more about us? The Tuatha decided they had enough of my people. They slaughtered most of us and sent the rest of us to the underworld to writhe in pain and agony for the rest of our days. The Tuatha have always been evil. You're but the most recent to taste their wrath. It was the Tuatha who put us here in the first place. You've seen their fury. Would you invite it in? I thought not. Me? Rarely. I mostly allow my children and subjects to eat me. I regenerate faster than most, so I'm able to help the others subsist.
He's very altruistic.
I wish I could die. No, that had nothing to do with us. The Tuatha slaughtered all full-blooded Fomorians with magical abilities when they banished us here. Only half-bloods can wield magic now. Whatever you saw may have harnessed old curses left in our lands, but none of my people controlled it. That being said, it is not our magic, nor does it belong to the Tuatha. Magic knows no master. It is a conduit to a realm of wild and unstable energies. If anything, we are slaves to it. Good. My turn. Even trapped here, even blinded, I am one of the most powerful creatures on Earth. I sensed what the Tuatha said to you, what they did. Yours will be a life of power, I think. A few moments of helplessness will not hurt you. Interesting. You are detached from the timeline. They called you Spain. A name that does not belong to you. Now bound to you in chains, poor mortal. Your destiny was stolen from you, in every way that matters. You died on that beach. You told them you were free? No. They are a slave. A hammer that will shatter history, wielded by an unseen hand.
Enough!
Powerful as ever, seer. And yet, when it comes to the Spain, you are as blind as me. You may go, if you keep me informed of developments in the situation. I will agree to the Druids' terms, and allow you to use the gateway from my realm back to his home.
What?
Is that how you travel down here so quickly?
I thought you knew my house was just above his head.
You've been torturing the poor man?
He's not a man, he's a Fomorian.
This is why I hate Druids.
Do we have a deal?
Fine.
Oh, and one more thing. You must take my daughter Delba with you to the surface.
Holy shit! Yes!
Now, leave my sight!
And in the end, it all came down to information. What did I tell you, Am?
Today can go die in a fire.
Speaking of fire, how's that surface world of yours doing?
Oh, everything is terrible. Corruption has spread across multiple species now, and rumors are spreading that some humans have fallen into its grasp.
It seems that Erko and his pervasive aura of impending doom are to be permanent fixtures in this land. Lovely.
And on top of everything else, by the time Prince Lugade returned, someone else had already claimed the throne.
Who?
Tarlok.
Oh, fuck.
He had been one of King Ith's advisors, until he was unceremoniously fired for being a massive twat.
That's saying something.
It really is. Is Lugade not king?
No. Those still here in Caltia assumed that Ireland was a total loss and chose Tarlok before Lugade returned. Queen Ascota has been beside herself. She fled to the forests. Lugade's supporters have an encampment there now.
I suppose it's damage control on the surface, then.
If I help you, do you think more people will start to like the Fomorians?
It's quite likely that most people will run from you in terror.
That's okay, I'm used to it. The single eye thing freaks people out.
I do not understand how I got roped into this.
Too bad, Berry darling. It's surface time. Come, Torchbearer. We have a world to save.
Welcome home, my friend. Is the surface world the paradise you've been dreaming about?
I haven't been above in... It has to be almost a century now. It's colder than I remembered.
That tower has been lighting the way for as long as anyone can remember. Your father, Delbert, his throne is located directly underneath, connecting our two worlds, illuminating the way home.
Poetic way to describe imprisoning someone against their will.
Thank you.
That wasn't a... Those were definitely not here the last time I was on the surface.
No, those were new. Completely new. They're like nothing I've ever seen before, anywhere in time. Except... Amager. The look in their eyes. It was like...
Inisfeo. I know.
You don't think... Apparently not.
This is a nightmare.
Good question. Any insights, Seer?
My best guess is that the underworld guarded us from this corruption. Yet, I admit that's only a guess, darlings. I'm not certain.
It seems to be magic, but its power is beyond anything I've studied. And I have read every book in the Druids' college at least once.
Well, you both need to go back to class.
I generally find that deeply insulting. But alas, we're all out of our depth.
The situation does not seem promising.
There were controlled fires burning in the woods. Someone at least moderately capable of cognition must have lit them.
You know, I'm not normally pessimistic, but I do not find forces of nature like fires to be a calming fact right now.
Ah yes, ever the optimist. That's why you want to control all the elements yourself.
I have no interest in arguing the politics of magic theory with you.
Your very existence as a druid is inherently political.
Stop. Both of you.
Fine. We shall put that discussion on hold until we find at least a few other survivors. Magic works in mysterious ways. There are flows of time that no mortal or immortal was meant to ever understand, let alone tamper with.
You believe someone tampered with it?
It's difficult for me to accept this could have happened any other way. When we visited the Tuatha De Danann, something broke. Not just you. You know that you've been untethered from time. But the entire flow of eternity has shifted, like a river diverted.
The magic I draw upon from my spells feels different.
You are pulling from a stream that was never meant to exist, full of stones and roots instead of a soft bed.
Unhand me, you cretins, or be prepared for an unfair fight!
Heraclius!
Greetings! Come join me in my glory!
You're alive! And you seem...
He seems normal.
Normal might be a strong word.
Haha, true! I'm better than normal. I feel amazing. Ever since I returned from Ireland, there have been so many of these assholes ready for me to fight. It's been my dream come true!
I like this guy.
Who else survived?
A full boat of us, led by Prince Lugade. He was badly injured, but he led us through the crisis like a true king. I think he aged a decade that morning.
About time.
Get back to me about how you feel when you lose your title, your father, and just about everyone else you've ever known in one day.
I never knew my parents.
Stop squabbling like children! Heraclius, where is everyone?
Scattered, the Queen and Prince have been overthrown by one of King Ith's minor advisors, Tarlock.
That opportunistic piece of shit.
I remain loyal to the royal family. They're hiding in the woods along the coastline.
The fire.
Yes, Tarlock, the usurper, is scheduled to give a speech at the Palace at dawn. They sent me to observe.
Then we're coming with you.
We have so many questions for you.
An asshole?
I've disliked the man since I met him about 5 years ago. Narcissistic, cunning, well-liked, and not particularly intelligent. A dangerous combination. He helped run King Ith's court as an advisor, often communicating the king's intentions to the people.
Lugade is young and has a lot of learning to do. But he reminds me of myself at his age. I truly believe he could become a great ruler in time, if he's allowed to do so. His mother, Queen Escota, is a great politician. Plus, she's gorgeous, and now single.
Do you have any respect?
What? It's true!
Maybe I don't like this guy.
Not enough for me to work up a sweat.
They're people, Heraclius, not animals. They have loved ones.
Not anymore.
How many?
About half the population. I've been a mercenary for over a decade, and I've never seen a battle like that. We were thoroughly outmatched. It hurt my pride.
I wonder if my father heard us thumping around up here.
I would assume that he's a bit distracted by all your siblings nibbling on his limbs.
Good point!
What the fuck?
My father regenerates, so he lets us eat him for breakfast.
He has the bravery of Zeus.
Maybe convincing the humans that Fomorians should be allowed on the surface won't be as impossible as I thought.
We must go to the palace.
My people! My friends! Today marks the beginning of a new age of independence, of glory, of freedom. I know you are all excited. I am excited too. This is what we have deserved for generations. A nation of Celts, ruled by the Celts, for the Celts. Under my rule, you will be my priority. All others will be secondary. No more monsters. No more beasts. No more foreigners. And no more foreign queens. Did you really want a son of Egypt to sit on the throne? No. You need a Celt. That is why, from today, we begin a new dynasty, continued by my daughter, the Princess Tiana. Your king is dead. Long live the king! Silence! It appears that our festivities have attracted some unwelcome guests.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
agreed that once you were king, we would not use any magic.
It worked, did it not?
That man is dead!
And the crowd is alive!
I cannot allow you to do this.
I don't need your permission, child.
Then you have lost my support.
You're giving up your chance to be a queen!
Do not be so certain. Come, Brig. We're done here.
Do you see what these outsiders make us do? They turn us against each other. Father against daughter. Druid against Druid. We shall not let it stand. Destroy them!
That bastard! The crowd is gonna kill us. Imogen, get everyone out of here.
What? We're 6 people. Are you crazy?
Shut up and do it!
I'll try, but it'll take some time.
Hurry!
It's not that easy, you know. So close. Keep it together. Ready! We're leaving!
Someone should tell Prince Lugade what Tarlok did.
I'll go with you. We need allies, even ones like him. Nazeja, where are you going?
Home.
You must be joking.
Annoyingly, Tarlok's daughter Tiana was right. Magic is corrupted. None of us should be using it on the surface.
That won't stop me.
Then be careful. But don't come running to me when hubris bites you in the ass.
I agree. Plus, it's harder to punch gods. They're wily.
Either way, darlings, we need to ally every race and hillfort against a common foe.
Only King Ith could have done that.
Agreed. And he will.
What?
Behold, the Miller Spanier, the immortal killer of gods, the blade of vengeance.
Everyone loved King Ith. If we paint you as our best chance against the gods that murdered him, this might work.
I don't understand what's happening, but I love it.
Right then. We need to get your name out there and spread the word across Cultia. But how?
With a symbol of hope, of course.
Forgive me. My family, it seems I have lived longer than I thought. They're centuries gone. Oh, don't give me that look. I haven't always been such a grump. I loved people once. Humans, actually. Like a fool. My wife, she was human. When I was very, very young. I need to look around. I need to see, to feel. Join me. I insisted we make our house from gold. You've seen the other world. Our gold buildings last centuries compared to those on the surface. My wife, Aoife, she didn't understand. I was the first Morian she'd ever met, and I swept her off her feet. We were both so young, only 17. I built this house myself, saw both our children born here, and then I ran. This wasn't here. Our house was much smaller than this. Small rooms, an addition, grandchildren. I miss so much. Connor, my son, his favourite food was black elderberries. They grow fast and are invasive, so I tried to keep him from planting them near the house, but I couldn't stop it. Part of me didn't want to. And see, I was right. They're still all over the place. My daughter, she didn't understand keeping animals for food. We had a hen who laid eggs, but when she became too old, we slaughtered her in order to have a good meal. Alana was devastated. She made us do a burial for the chicken. I can't believe this is still here. Alana, my daughter, Aoife, my wife, and so many more. They did grow, they lived, and now they stayed. You have to believe me. I loved my family dearly, but I couldn't bear to see them pass. I left when my wife fell ill. I knew it meant the end of what we'd built, what I'd loved. I ran, returned to the other world like a coward. I missed everything, but I never expected they would stay. I left a letter telling my children to return to their mother's family in the city. They were in their teens, old enough to make a new life for themselves there. They waited for me. I have lived long, too long, perhaps. Perhaps they did once, but I cannot imagine they continued to do so after I fled. The thought brings comfort, though. Thank you. Perhaps it is a lesson to keep those I care about close. And if I lack the strength to move past my own thoughts, perhaps they can help. With words, with purpose, or by simply listening. Thank you for coming here with me. It may seem dark, but it would have been worse had I never followed this route. Let us go. We're done here. Thank you for bringing me here. I feel like I can finally put them to rest. And now, I can focus on our future.
This is homey. Like the ruined tower. Fence could use some work, though.
You there! You... Heraclius?
Argus! Long time. I got your bird.
Oh, I was surprised you came. Also, I wasn't sure you learned to read, so I drew pictures.
I brought some friends. Hope that's all right. Looks like you don't have enough pigs to lay out a feast, though.
There's a reason I have a trough and only a third of the pigs to eat at it. Ah, those weapons of yours, are they for show or do you know how to use them? Beasts are attacking my farm, killing my livestock, and I can't do a damn thing about it.
Should have trained with the sword, Argus. Farming only goes so far when wild animals are circling your home.
Yeah, I tried to repair what I could, but it's a lost cause. Oh, if I could, but these beasts are unlike anything I've ever seen. Every night, a pack of them descend on my farm, and they don't even eat the kills, they just seem to revel solely in the slaughter. Some of them are half man, half wolf. Even use bows and rain a hail of arrows upon my roof. I fear to even watch out the window, lest a shaft pierce my eye. Please, if you could slay them and their leader, a giant beast.
Wait! A giant beast? How giant?
Massive! With fangs that could rip a man in two. Even one as big as you, I fear.
Huh, well, this could be interesting. After all, I've been spoiling for a fight. And a chance to flex.
It'll come here. It always has. We merely have to wait for the sun to fall and they'll come. I'll take my tools and mend the fence where I can, but it will not keep them out, I fear.
The beasts! They are upon us! Keep fighting! Their leader will show itself! This is child's play. Each one's bigger than the last. But this one looks biggest of all. Finally, a challenge. The giant wolf is slain! Ha! I knew we could triumph. That fight was a fight to rival a labor of Hercules himself. Our very own Nemean lion, brought low by my strength.
Is it dead?
The beast is slain! Oh, you may shower us with gratitude now.
I am in your debt indeed. Oh, what coin I have, I'll happily give. Without you, I would have nothing left, not even my life.
Let this be a lesson to you. Had you fought, you may have succeeded, even with such meager tools as those.
I do have a blade, but it's lost its edge, much like me, I suppose.
Let us see it.
I'll fetch the blade. Wait here. Here it is. It's rather worse for wear, I'm afraid. It's been in my family for generations. If you wish, it's yours. Perhaps a smith could make it serviceable again?
I do. And wait, there is an inscription on the blade here. This blade was once bestowed as a gift to Ajax. But...
As I said, it's been in my family for some time. We are descendants of Teucer, you see. And that blade, well, it was the very blade Teucer's brother, Ajax, used to take his own life.
I'll keep it close, but it will see no more of battle. Let Ajax's blood be the last it will spill. The prince will be thrilled that you're here.
I wish I could say the same.
Cheer up. You're far too young to be a grumpy wizard.
I am a druid.
Whatever, wizard.
I hope that some time with Prince Lugade and Queen Escata will help you see why the true heir needs to return to the throne.
Majestic, isn't it? The legends say those waters are the tears of an ancient princess who was unable to be with the man she loved. It's quite a youthful fantasy to entertain spending that kind of energy crying over someone you never even got to hold.
Lady Khaldun.
Master Amagan, where in Duart have you been? We took you for dead.
You were...
I've been our primary contact with the Druids in your absence. But the situation has worsened. Tarlok.
We know. We were there for his coronation.
That remains a sensitive subject, especially with my son. I know, dear. I know.
You only have to take these herbs for 3 more days. Then, your pain should subside.
The herbs are what hurt. Feels like my stomach is collapsing.
They'll minimize scarring.
I don't care. Tarlok and Tiana are out stealing my country. Corruptions are wandering the hills, murdering my people.
Tarlok has turned the people against us.
You, from the beach. Tell me, have they turned against us? So they aren't intelligent enough to make their own decisions. They have to rely on an old, angry man to tell them what to think.
I thought our people would be better than that.
People are rarely better than that.
But they should be. We'll get them there.
You've become a different person this past month.
I'd like to think so. But you've been around me every day. Do you think I'm more capable? More adult? Trauma's a swift teacher. This was obviously not how I wanted things to happen. But I cannot deny that our excursion to Ireland has had a profound effect on me. Okay, how do I prove to our people that I can do this?
The others are too busy looking for a scapegoat. You are free to focus on the true problem.
The corruptions. There is a labyrinth on the other side of this hill, just past the Druids' college, near the werewolf camp. It was once a site of worship and contemplation. The corruptions have been gathering there in large numbers, slaughtering villagers, students, werewolves and druids alike. I can posture as much as I want, but I'm still recovering from my wounds, not just cosmetically. I would not be much service in battle. But you can fight in my name, or at least help stop these corruptions from destroying my people, even if you don't support my claim to the throne. Oh, take Calden with you. She's a skilled necromancer.
It would be my honor.
Rid it of their evil, for all our sakes.
The seal's on the door. Magic is useless. Only the proper keys will open them. And without the keys...
Looking for these? You probably heard there are some powerful corruptions in this area. I trapped the worst ones in this labyrinth.
You trapped the corruptions in here? After the Druids' college failed for weeks?
No biggie. Here, take this map. It's not finished, but we can use it to track our path through the labyrinth. Name's Mal, by the way. Now shall we? Hold up. Corpse. Looks like the corruptions killed the poor bastard. Still has both his eyes too. The rictus-ridden idiot. Because it means I get to choose which eye I tear from his skull and see through it. It's a gift I have. A lover's parting gift. Long story longer, I used to have both eyes. But thanks to a little magic from my Morian ex, I can still see a little out of my missing eye. Sort of. All I need to do is plop a corpse's eye in my gold-plated socket and I see their last moments. And they're not nearly as pretty as I am. All right, in you go. Let's see what small doom befell this village idiot. No, no, masters, please. There is no need. Please. Why have you dragged me here? A sacrifice? To who? To what? May the Druids protect me. May the Druids... Oh no. The Druids are here. They are you. Ugh. I hate seeing peasants whine out their last moments. Sheep, all of them. No wonder the Druids have been so useless. Looks like a bunch of them were taken by the corruption too, along with their leader, who from this idiot's perspective looks like a complete arsehole. Fucking Druids. Either they cause the problem, or they are the problem. All right, keep your weapons out, and leave any hesitations by the door. The only way we're saving the Druids here is by the sword. If we can get to them. Also, keep an eye out for more bodies. The post-mortem moments could work to our advantage. Locked, and I don't have a key to this one. The key's probably still in the labyrinth, though. The corruptions were guarding the chest for a reason. Bastard's got a key. Must be to that chest we had to leave behind earlier. Anyone for some backtracking? I want to see what's inside. Another asshole down. But it looks like he sacrificed one of his wannabe Druid students first. Or killed him with a boring teaching monologue. And lucky us, this dead freshman here's got 2 good eyes. Wide, naive ones by the look of them. Eeny, meeny, miny. Master, what if the corruption proves too much? If it should be stronger than our magic, then... Forgive me, Master. You are the High Druid. I am but a student. I am here to listen, not to speak. Not to speak... Master, Master. Your skin. Your eyes. They... Forgot how intimidating teachers can be. And this teacher, this one's gone and done something very, very stupid. Looks like the High Druid thought he could tame the corruption. Study it, tame it. Guess how that ended? You should have left school, kid. The only worthwhile thing the Druids had to teach you was what not to do. Oh, I haven't killed that many druids in, well, ever. This is a first for me. Let's check the bodies, see what we can find. Holy shit. A werewolf. Nobody move. This gold eye socket isn't my only gift. The hell did you just say to me? I'll break your snout, you little shit. Of course. Doesn't everyone speak werewolf? I'm not a savage, you know. I didn't ask you, ask for brains. She, and I use that term loosely, considering, you know, the fur, says her name is Rhea. He's kind of an arsehole, but he's not a threat. Looks like he was tracking down the corruptions too, but got lost in there. Pardon me. He says he came to help us navigate this place because... Get this. This arsehole says we're going to get lost without her. Well, that was fun, but I've still got the itch. You know, the itch to keep killing corruptions. If there's more in your future, I'd like to help you murder them.
It's over. It's finally over. Thank you so much.
Who are you supposed to be?
I was a student here at the college. When the corruption started to spread, I ran and hid, tried to find a way out, but there were too many of them. Did anyone else make it? So there could still be others? I should stay here then, at the college. Rebuild what I can, in case more survivors turn up.
You're doing the Druids a great service. Good luck.
We must speak of a few matters, Meal, and then you will go. First, I need you to deal with that giant goddamn dog in the ocean. It is called the erko, an omen of death that foretells great peril. Not kill. It can't die. It may not even be alive. On the coastline is a horn that belonged to me when I was ruler of the surface. Blow it, and the erko will no longer be a threat. That is all for now. Leave me. As I told you, Mia, the dog will no longer be a danger for you. As a matter of fact, it will help us in everything we need. I never said it would, but now he is no longer a threat. Thanks to your efforts, I can now see the world through Erko's eyes, and the corruption rising in various parts of your sunlit world. Seek it in Dunios first. Touching the rot will tell us the form the corruption has taken, and where else it has spread. I will ride your mind and guide you, of course. Understood? Good. The source of your human magic is tainted. This is troubling. I sense further damage in the end of the world, the home of the werewolves. That is your next destination. The damage here is extensive, but reversible. Your final destination is ours, home of the Goblins. The corruption has spread further than I'd feared. Keep on this. That is all for now. You have done well. When the revolution comes, we will spare some of them, as pets, perhaps.
There you are. I was worried something had eaten you. Want is a strong word. I think we'd all rather be drinking than having a lovely time. Unfortunately, our shit luck has intervened. I've been trading letters about the corruption with an acquaintance of mine named Elderhart. He's a Morian scholar at Medu. He's stopped responding, and I'm hoping you can discover what's happened to him. I've used my sight to see what happens if I go looking for him, and it isn't pretty. The vision is vague, but I definitely died horribly in it. I'd rather avoid that. Must you? Ah, right, because it might happen to you. Silly of me. Well, I was in darkness. The air smelt like meat, and not the good kind. Then, something slapped my head off. That's all I have, I'm afraid. Through my own eyes, something struck my head. My view spun, then I was seeing my body from the ground. Blood was spraying everywhere, darling. Really, it was impressively gruesome. Good. He had a camp set up around Medu. I'd start there.
I've received a crow from Queen Escota. She says my elder master is near death. Master Galvin took me under his wing and showed me how to combine my magics with the Celtic ones. He's important to me. It would mean a lot to be able to say goodbye. I know it is a lot to ask, considering the dangers we currently face. But if we might travel there, I would like to pay my respects. Yes, the one who taught me the magic of life and death. I confess he never made my studies easy, but my skills became stronger for it. I am surprised, though. I did not think he would go so easily into death, nor that he would show such sentimentality as twilight fell on his life, as to request an audience for his passing. He was a fighter, to put it lightly. Still, I would go see him. I owe him that much, and perhaps there is something I can do to help him, even if he is near death. I know it's a big ask, but... Thank you. I will meditate and make my mind and body ready for our arrival. I'll clean my outfit. Master always was quick to critique my cleanliness, no matter how many times I washed. I'm used to looking pristine, but I've adjusted to boat life better than I'd expected, I suppose. Here we are. Do I look all right? Of course I do. What am I thinking? He's on his deathbed. He won't care. Much. Let us keep going. Even though he said he could keep death at bay, I suspect even he's finally met his match. I wonder why he wanted to see me. I figured he'd prefer to die. Master?
Oh, who else, student? And I see you haven't even bothered to dress for a funeral or clean your gown. There's a wrinkle near the hem. Oh, disgraceful.
Master, you seem healthy. Enough. Although you have wrinkles as well, I can barely see your face under all of them. They certainly weren't there last we spoke.
Oh, as insolent as ever, I see. Whatever I did to earn you as a student, I'll never know.
You said I'd be the death of you, Master. But I always thought it would be of your choosing, no other.
And it is. I merely wished you to witness it. It won't be long now.
Master?
Drop the pretense for once. Call me Galvin.
Galvin.
You think I would wait for death? No. I was merely waiting for you. I saw your ship on the horizon, and I made preparations. That cup there holds death's invitation. And death has been invited.
Poison? Why? What if I'm not ready to let you go?
You could always reanimate me if you're feeling particularly morbid, but I'm not sure that would be the right answer. Help me take the poison, please. One last gesture to an old man.
I don't know what to do. As you wish, Master. Galvin.
You would have made a good, proper druid if you'd wanted. I'm glad you didn't want it, though. You're unique, and the world is better for having you in it.
Slancher.
Thank you, dear girl. I admit, Khaldun, it wasn't only for sentimentality's sake. I have one last lesson to teach, a choice for you. You know of the Rod of the Dead?
Yes. It was lost long ago, but...
I drank poison, damn it, let me finish. It is not lost. It is the final lesson, as it was for my master for me. Yet I could not take it, perhaps. Perhaps you could. It lies in the depths of the caves. You know, the ones where we practice our necromancy. There you must brave its corridors, its tests, and at the end you will face the same riddle I did. The one of life and death. For me, it is death that won. I am at peace with that. For you, perhaps something else. You are far more powerful than I ever was.
I will seek it out, Master. But the poison... surely there is a way.
Khaldun, you were always insolent. It's too late now, and we both know it.
My insolence. You trained me well, Master. I thank you. And may your journey to death's door be a quiet, untroubled one. I just need a moment to make sure my master's robes are folded properly and bunched up enough at the hem so they'll be wrinkled in his spirit form when he passes into the next life. Well, here we are. The rod lies ahead, somewhere. I wish my master had at least provided a map, but not big on details, that one. Those statues there, they bear a strange mark on their surface. I've not seen its like before. An ambush. It seems we must cross the bridge. On to the ruins. I suspect that attack will not be the last. There! The ruins, and more foes block our path. Stand fast. Those creatures, they had the same arcane feel about them as did those marks on the two statues. They must infest these ruins. These ruins, they look like they were carved from the rock itself. No small endeavor. Look there, a grave, and 3 portals. Let us investigate. There is a rune inscribed in front of each portal, but they are dormant. I suspect we must travel through each to awaken. Where are we? Oh, it's us. Where are you, you ask? Why, you are with us. And the more you have brought, the more of us there are. We did it! We have returned. And look, the room before the portal is lit. It seems our efforts have borne fruit. Let us see what the other portals hold, and awaken the other runes. No telling what this portal holds. Receive what you give. What is that? Galvin! But you're...
Ah, Khaldun. So you've made it here. Are you ready to join your master in death?
Not particularly.
I am what he could have been. His full potential if he hadn't cared so much about other mortals, been so focused on living. He could have had my power, but he was weak. Are you stronger?
doing? Do you want us to die? We must press the attack. Wait, he seems to be stopping, fading. Do we still not attack? Very well. We've done it. We won. To think that's what he could have become instead of an old man knocking back poison. Thank you for taking the portal's inscription to heart. I do not know if I would have comprehended its meaning in time. Thank you. We should return to the central chamber. This test is finished. A second rune is lit. Excellent. Where are we now? Help me. And what is that? Someone crying out. Help! Please help! I'm trapped! Whatever reason she is here, we cannot leave her to suffer. It has moved. Thank you. Fools. A beast. It was a trick. A victory! It seems pity lured us in, yet acting unselfish and helping others is being shown to be wrong. That cannot be. I'm unsure of the lesson being imparted, but we must press on. We should return to the central chamber. That is the last of the runes. And it seems we have awakened something else. That spirit! It holds the rod of the dead. I heard stories from my master, but to see it...
It is your reward for your effort. Its power is yours. All that is left is to make that power yours.
The rod. It's mine. Its power. It is incredible.
It is the power of life and death, condensed in metal and bound to your will. Many lives can you take, and the rod will assist you. Its power is yours. The rod has found another. My task is done.
I thank you for your trust. Now, for the rod. And the rod, we have reclaimed it. Thank you for helping me. I could not have claimed it on my own. You have my thanks for traveling with me to the ruins. I knew there would be dangers, but I did not realize how dangerous it would be. Still, I am grateful you were there. And with the rod recovered, perhaps I can do more to sort out this whole Celtic mess. Nonsense! The Rod of the Dead is a tool, nothing more. In the hands of a less skilled practitioner, it might prove dangerous. But in my hands, it is safe. Never fear.
This cave is a trial, test, and since you're with me, it will test you as well. Be on your guard. This is a vault, but its locks are riddles and deceptions, and likely a fair share of fighting as well. A dragon slumbers in these caves, and we would do well not to wake it. The challenges we face are born from its dreams, and from the magic of the Druids as well. Thank you. I am allowed to bring others here to the cave, but in the past such companions suffered the same fate as the Seeker. I don't wish to put you at risk, but I am glad you're here. We'll face this trial together. Wait. Do you hear something? Things. This cave, it's playing tricks on us. It's the dragon's thoughts bleeding out from its dreams. For now it's sending spectres of beasts, but the longer we're here, it may begin to draw images from our own minds. The path is blocked, but there's an inscription on the rock here. Heard before, yet heard again, then yet fades until called again. Another challenge, a test of the mind. We'll need to solve it before we pass. Heard before, yet heard again. No, it does not, and the word again is repeated, which ruins the pacing. Heard before, yet heard again, then yet fades, until called again. Could be a memory? Guess not. Well, we face another riddle. Let's be more careful about solving it. Spirit.
Have you forgotten me so soon, Amagin? I was less ashen when we last spoke, but the fires that claimed me on the beach.
Taliesin. Yes, most likely another illusion. But there's a chance his spirit...
Illusion or spirit, I can still hear you. Although whether I am formed from your memory, or if I truly am Taliesin, that, I confess, I don't know.
What do you want? Are you a challenge? Must I save you somehow?
No. No. This time, I am here to save you instead. Follow me. I can lead you to what you seek, though it will not settle your mind. Here, this stone must be placed on the pedestal in the central chamber. Be warned, once you do, your final trial awaits.
Thank you, Spirit. Taliesin.
I was pleased to help, Amagin. May your journey be long, and not brought to an end like mine was.
I wasn't expecting that. To see Taliesin again so soon. If only I'd done something. Did I? I keep going over it in my mind, seeing all the different choices I could have made. What if... Let's move on. That's one. One more to go. Another spirit.
You don't know my face? Amagin, my voice?
Wait. Kiara?
You remember me. And even in death, I remember you, Amagin.
Kiara, an old friend from when I was a boy. Kiara, what happened? You disappeared and I thought...
I faced the same trial you face now. I saw what you came here to claim, but failed. And now, I am a guardian of this place.
Kiara, I don't want to fight you.
This is Druidic law. This is my purpose.
Forgive me, Kiara. I wasn't expecting to find the spirits of other druids who had failed here. We could also meet the same fate. Wait. This stone, it bears a rune like one of the pedestals in the main vault. We should head back. The final test is ahead. I hope I'm strong enough. What it took to get here. Kiara, Taliesin, I failed them both. Even if they were just illusions, drawn from my memories. The pain is real. I suppose standing here and lamenting the dead won't get us any closer to the end of all this. Where are we? I hear waves, the beach. Oh no. King Ith.
Again. Seems like only yesterday since we last saw each other. So clear. The moment I was snatched up in that beast's jaws. That hound Lug. A beast you worshipped. Perhaps worship still. Tell me, did you intend for me to die?
My lord,
So be it.
Is it done? Are they dead? I didn't think it would hurt this much. I'd seen it countless times in my mind, but to see it again, the beach, even in a vision. I'm not sure I can. I'm not sure I deserve to. Thank you. You've given me much to think about. Let's continue on. There may be more trials. Wait. The mist. It's clearing. This isn't part of the trial. I believe Ith was my final test. This is something else. I'll leave the decision in your hands. Very well. We should take a moment and prepare, though. The recently awakened dragon is likely to be, ornery. my challenge at the cave. Thank you for coming with me. Your words, your advice, they help clarify things that were in doubt for me. I feel different after leaving the Cave of Eternity. Everything has a clarity to it, a shine that I'd never noticed before. I'm unaware as to whether I unlock the secrets of time as I meant to, but I appreciate everything a bit more. Maybe that's what it means to understand time. That we should cherish it. Use our time fully. I couldn't have done it without you. You tell me the truth even when I don't want to hear it. And that's what a friend does. Thank you.
Yes? What do you want? I've got a war to fight, and I've got soldiers missing. I can't spare anyone to search for the first patrol I've sent out, so I'm sitting here with my hands tied.
I've already offered my hands. Twice.
For the last time, Brig. Enough. And enough of the familiarity. Address me as commander.
Then act like one. Refuse my help again, and I'll go hunt for the scouts on my own, with or without your blessing. See? There's another set of hands willing to pitch in.
I can't send any more soldiers. We don't know what we're dealing with.
And we won't know until we know what's happened to them. I'll go with them. And if we don't make it back, well, at least I won't be tugging on your ear anymore.
Fine. I can mark where the scouts went missing. No unnecessary risks, Brig. Get eyes on the area, then report back. I can't lose you two. The scouts were sent to the northern forest. We'd had reports of enemy troops sighted there, and rumors of animal attacks, so I sent a patrol to the area to find out more. I'm worried my father may be using the wilderness to mask his movements, but I need to be sure. What few reports we received were odd. The forests have wolves, bears, but none that would attack a group of scouts. I fear they encountered something else.
Nothing's solved by playing guessing games. Let's find out. And report back, of course. Commander.
Watch yourself, Brig. I can't afford to lose anyone else. Even you.
Forgive me, but did you speak to Commander Tiana? Did she say anything about the missing soldiers? Yes, my son heard him. He's one of the soldiers under Tiana's command. Oh, he's barely old enough to hold a spear. I fear he might be wounded, lost, or worse. They were due back some time ago, but there's been no word. If you're going to search for them, will you let me know if you find him? I thank you for your kindness. Not many would spare the effort for an old man in these times. You'll know Erdin by his keepsake. He has a small charm that he carries at his belt, woven from green thistle and bound with a silver clasp. I thought it might bring him luck, but... Thank you.
Well, is Commander Tiana scouring the forest, see what she can find? Though, you look more like peasants and soldiers.
Oh, great. This is trouble we don't need.
Yet trouble is what you've found, and we've orders to kill any traitors we find. You're lying. A feeble attempt.
Sir, there were reports of archers, and we're easy targets out in the open like this.
Hold your tongue. And you all stand your ground. Stand your ground, I said.
Looks like your fellows are scattering. Still eager for a fight.
For the true king!
There's the charm the old man described. This must be his son, Odin. Damn shame. Tarlok's main druid, Tristan. Didn't your Morian seer kill this scumbag?
It's you!
Coln! What are you doing here? I thought you were still serving a boil at the hill fort. Wait, your hand.
Oh, it looks worse than it is. I didn't need it anyway. I was one of the lucky ones. Was chasing thieves for Doran. Bit off more than we could handle, and the thieves caught us. Made sport of me. As for my hand, well, they were hungry enough that they... you know what? A tale for another time.
You can't be serious. What of your men?
The others didn't make it back. Doran's luck, we call it. Almost everyone's starving. And there's not enough soldiers to patrol the farms and the perimeters. The end of the tale's simple. I'm little use as a guard for Doran any longer. But you, Brig, if you were to volunteer your sword, why, you'd turn things around before the setting of the sun. Chase those bandits back. Hell, even Doran might even listen to you.
He would not. Doran has never listened to counsel. Yes, I would have thought Doran would have a mind to protect his own people and his own land, if only to keep their loyalty, but it seems I was wrong. Where can he be found?
Doran travels. He's rarely at the hill fort, and without his presence, duties have fallen to his second, Torsten. Though in truth, Torsten is more the first now. A harsh man. But Torsten cannot act without Doran's say, so we must wait for word from our chieftain to take the action we need.
A chieftain who is absent while his men fight his battles. Perhaps I should seek Doran out. A talk is clearly long overdue.
Aye, if you're determined, seek him out at Minabor. I'd head there myself, but I'm, little use now. The healers say there's a chance I'll still be able to farm at least, but...
I'll seek Doran out.
Any word of my son? Oh, I feared as much. But at least now I know. Thank you for telling me. As for his charm, please keep it. Perhaps it will serve you better than it did him. Thank you again for all you have done. At least now I know Erdin's fate.
That bastard. You look like you know your way around a blade. Fancy earning some extra coin? It's quite simple, really. One of my clients thought she could cheat me. Just because I'm a man, she thought she could take advantage of me. She enticed me into bed. And after we were done, she slipped off and stole my savings and some priceless goods. Now she's vanished, because that's a step too far even for the matriarchs here. I want my goods back, if possible. And either way, I want her head. Her name is Bedina. She's a Morian. Tall, beautiful, slim, with a scar down her right cheek. She's a hell of a fencer, good with a spell. Bring me her head and we can talk about the appropriate reward. You'll find me generous.
Thank you so much for coming. I do not know how to start. From the beginning, I suppose. My sisters have lost their way. They have found a way to tap into the corruption they sought to seal, and believe that by embracing it, they will master it. But they are not strong enough. It will be their doom, and the doom of our people, if they continue. I ask you, no, I beg you, help me to stop them. Wonderful. We must leave soon, and once we go, we must commit. There can be no return until we succeed. One more thing. I need to find an artifact I left behind, the Agate's Eye. If my sisters find it, their power will be immensely magnified. Now, let us go. We should be wary. I lived here once to draw from the area's abundant magical power, but it has been centuries since that time. Who can say what creatures might have made this their home city? It's fallen into such disrepair. Really, I should be ashamed of myself. Why, you! Those are mine! They were gifts.
If you cared about them, perhaps you should have taken them with you.
Poor beasts clearly addled by magic. The coven's workers are already twisting their minds. Let's see if we can find the Agate's Eye.
So this is the face I see at my death. I knew this day would come. May I ask if it is for something I deserve? I can die for many deserved things, but for stealing? Never. Varloth is a vermin. His tongue poisons all ears that listen to him. I have never stolen from another Morian. Everything I have is mine by right. If anyone has stolen, it is that scoundrel. He has stolen the time I've invested in his company. If I have to die to never see him again, then so be it. The mother of all will deliver justice when the time comes. It's inevitable.
I don't think it's here. Let's move on. Agatai, where did I leave you?
We've been expecting you.
Helvig, head out. What a surprise to see you. Did the coven tell you I was coming? Did they try and turn you against me?
They told us, yes. And they told us that you had been keeping us here in the dark to serve you. They say if we kill you, we will be free. We can return to the surface, but our struggle will end. You never freed us. Why? If we were your slaves, then you are the enemy.
I laid no claims on you, my friends, no chains. I thought you had chosen. My sisters, though, they have clouded your minds. They would sacrifice you to delay me. They dabble in corruption. What they offer is not freedom, but servitude unending. Eternal torment.
We are already in eternal torment. Worse than eating your sire for centuries. Worse than unending darkness. You are truly a fool. We deserve better than this.
You do. I agree.
Then why haven't you helped us?
Let me explain. I see time. All of it. The past, the future, the permutations, and possibilities. I wanted to help everyone. Then I realized that was impossible, and so I tried to help as many as I could. But I could not help the Fomorians without harming many, many others.
So you let us suffer? You spiteful bitch.
It was not a choice I wanted to make, and had I known my sight would fail me. Time has broken in ways I cannot see. This cataclysm destroyed every possible future I have ever known. I accept your hatred and scorn. I deserve it, and more. But please, allow me to atone. Give me a chance to honor my debt to you, to right my wrongs.
It shouldn't have taken the threat of violence to help you see. What kind of a seer are you? You think words are sufficient for our centuries of anguish? You think simple platitudes answer the wrong you've done us?
I am truly sorry. I want to help.
Monsters? I'll show you monsters. You slippery maggot.
I am truly ashamed. I cannot bear more weight like this on my soul. Not for long. None of this needed to happen. My beloved sisters have so much... Come on, Nadeja, where did you put it last? Is it possible it's not here? No, I know I left it here.
Is it too late to stop them? If we should destroy them now, surely we can handle whatever tremors and aftershocks might follow from the breaking of the ritual.
Their long lives ending like this. Should they finish, the corruption will take them. They will undoubtedly attack us then, strengthened by their ritual. But we may yet save one or two of them if we do not kill them. You are right. But we have shared millennia. Give me a moment to grieve. It means the destruction of the Eye, the death of my sisters. But we have no choice. Shall we? An ignoble end. The passing of ages. Help me gather their bodies. They do not deserve to rot like this. Not here. I send you into the darkness, with my love and my breath as your guides. May they prove as constant as the stars. Take it. The agate's eye has been pierced. It is no longer useful to me. Now it is a tool of vengeance. Your tool. We must seal the corruption away, hide the temptation to abuse it as my sisters did. Now. Ah, my head! It's tearing apart. Do I imagine this? Imogen, do you see it? Nil España, do you?
I do see it. But I do not understand. Is that me? Why am I so old? What happened to you?
I have never seen this in any of my visions. Is this reality? How can this be? Don't touch it, you fool!
What's happening?
Don't touch it, you fool!
What's happening?
There you are. It's good to see you again. You really know how to keep a girl waiting. Do it. Ask me how long I've been waiting. You know you want to. About that, you've been gone for about 16 centuries. I don't know how it all works. I'm not a sage or a seer, just a simple fomorian. Here's what I heard, and keep in mind again that I'm no expert. When you touched that energy back in Nazasia Cave, it spat you out here. Or now, I guess you never really moved, except in time. You know what I mean? Troubles. More than ever, it seems. The usual human squabbles over territory. The biggest change is probably their weird religions. You remember the Romans? Wait, were they around when you left? My old memories are a little blurry, you know. Seems they had an uprising in one of their desert provinces. Some religion sprang up from it, and a few hundred short years later, another one. And the weirdest part about them is that they only believe in one god. And they kill everyone who thinks differently. Oh yeah, magic. Much less common. They're pretty touchy about it. We're trying to stay out of sight. It's going to be a strange world for you, is what I'm saying. So far, I've only found Amagin. If the others are still alive, they're hiding. The world has changed, friend. Yeah, he's become pretty crusty in his old age, too. Still smart as ever, though, so at least there's that. When you disappeared, it hurt him. Badly. Not just physically, though there was some damage from that energy, but mentally, spiritually. He became harder, more bitter. Remember how I wanted so desperately to bring my kin to the surface? Yeah, that didn't work out. They're still trapped underground. It's a pretty shitty situation, and I don't want to talk about it right now. No, just you. Great. If you've got other questions, we can deal with those on the ship. I'm taking you back to the Vengeance. Here we are. The Morian Otherworld. You'll probably find some changes since your last visit. There she is, the Vengeance. She's been shrouded to mortal eyes for these years. Almost a legend, I hear. The ship has been waiting here for its captain since you disappeared. No one else has captained it since. Inquisitors, part of that religion I was telling you about, their mission is to exterminate us. Humans in this time frame are a lot less accepting of us. They think that we're monsters. Servants of darkness, it's all part of their crazy religion. Anything they can't explain, they hate. Let's find Amagen. I think these Inquisitors are here for him.
Surrender yourself now, and perhaps you'll be spared the worst of the agonies we have in store. The fires of hell are hotter than you can imagine.
Your hell is a lie, fool. And I am strong enough to stand against you again this day. And stronger still with my allies.
He's what they call a heretic. His magic paints a target on his back.
You shouldn't be here. Or maybe you shouldn't be you. I don't know what I'm saying. Maybe I'm confused. Everything is changing. You've come a long way, Miller Spain. And what's more, you don't seem to have aged a day since I saw you last. If anything, you look younger. You'll see that I haven't managed the same feat myself, but saying that, I've lived through all these years concurrently while you're skipping through them like a stone cast across the surface of the water. Maybe I'm too old for you, but my feelings didn't change. Feelings don't get old, my dear. It seems strange to be at the end point of our conversation of so long ago, when it's merely the starting point for you. Time is a strange river, and you may be the strangest thing in its current. That's why I love you. Because you are a wonderful and unique thing in this world. Miller Spain, you came through a doorway from the past. You will return to the past again. And there you will forge this future.
I don't even understand what you're saying here.
All right. Let me try to explain again. Or, better yet, let Miller Spain ask some questions. Mill, you are an honored guest here. In fact, you're my favorite guest. If you're here, it's because you can move through time. Your ability and the connection to the Vengeance allows you to sail the seas of time. It's my duty to return you there. I will go with you. It may be that you can change the course of this time stream, though I don't know how I'd recognize it if you do. I only know the outcomes of what you have done in my timeline. If you make a change, does it affect all possible worlds? Or is time fixed and fated? We simply do not know. Me too, my dear. I missed you. But now you are here, and so am I. You kept your promise. We are together. And I should warn you, before this goes much further, the Inquisitors who attacked me, they were agents of the Church. An incredibly powerful and dangerous organization. And given the chance, they'll kill you too. It's a long story. The short version is that it's a religion from the East that's been spreading across the continent for centuries. Druidic magic, necromancy, the old gods. The Church calls them all pagan. Heresies that must be stamped out to save the people's souls. Even if they weren't trying to kill me, I'd stand against them. The Church is a threat to the entire world you knew. Every practitioner of the old ways, every magical creature, lives in hiding because of them. I've heard whispers that the Church has a secret prison in the catacombs, under the Cathedral in Compostela, one where magical beings are held captive and experimented on. Now listen, the Inquisitors will likely return soon. Ironically, we don't have much time before they do. I will tend to you and return you to your proper time. Let us return to your ship, and perhaps we can explore these answers together. Just think about your destination in the same way you did every time we travel. But this time, also think about where it is in time. Spain! What are you doing here? Where did you come from?
One moment nothing, the next here.
The last we saw you, you touched that roiling ball of power in Nazeja's cave. The corruption summoned by the Morian coven. What happened? How did you find us? Fascinating. I remember Nazeja said that you were special, but I had no idea how special.
We got to tell Nazeja you're back. She was horrified when you disappeared. She thought we'd lost you.
Milispania? Is it really you? I thought we'd lost you. You vanished to my sight in a wave of corruption. What happened? The scent of the future's manna on you. You are unstuck in time. And I need to speak plainly here. The corruption that poisoned Ireland and destroyed King Ith, the foulness that infects our magic, it is a curse that spreads backward through time, spreading along the manner of our world. I have seen it. Its source lies in the time from which you emerged. I'm not accusing you, but, darling, I fear this corruption might have something to do with you. I mean, that there is a mystery in time, darling, and you are the common factor. You have travelled to the future. The corruption comes from the future. It travels backwards along the ley lines, its source 1600 years from now. I am delighted you've asked. You see, your boon companions in our time, the mortals among them have reincarnated in that future. You must take your ship and remind their souls of their debts at this time. Once you have found them, seek out the sources of the corruption. I fear there may be more than one. Destroy each that you find and return to this time. You can travel back and forth at will, I believe. Their souls are tied to yours, Milispania. If you bend your thoughts to resolving the problem, the magic of the way will call them from across the world. No matter what body they wear or what language they speak, your paths will cross. Indeed, it's unlikely that they'll be from our fair land, for reincarnation is fickle. They have been, but they are still bound to you. The talks they gave you when you proved your loyalty to them, those talks can connect their past lives with the present, and show them the truth of what you say. 16 centuries? Darling, that's far too old for any mortal. He must have reached a level of mastery of magic like no one has ever achieved before. He may be a pompous ass, but he's clearly a genius. Because time is smarter than all of you, Mill. You are special and dangerous because of that. Time works like a self-correcting river. The Amazon of the future can't be here, because his younger self is already here. Reality itself changes him to who he should have been at this time. Truthfully, I do not know. What has been done in time frequently remains in time. It is a mighty river, and its course is not so easily altered. Think of it this way. If someone drops a cartload of manure upstream from you, you will sicken and die if you drink from the river. Should you remove the manure from the river, it will become pure again. But if you were to accomplish something truly momentous, slaying a king perhaps, you might see the river of time overflow its banks. Your future has always been shrouded to me, Mill. I can say nothing with certainty as far as you are concerned. They are an alloy of the metal forged deep in the heart of our underworld. They can create a bond between points in time, allowing your friends to recover their memories and experiences. I wish I could, my friend, but I must reach the future the traditional way, moment after moment, in sequence. The Nadeja you see there will not be the Nadeja you see here, just as the younger version of yourself is not the same as the one you will see here today. Still, I have lived many hundreds of years. It is likely I will be unchanged. I speculate that it is an incident with the Tuatha De Danann that did this to you, that allows you to move through the time stream like a fish, rather than a leaf.
When we have a moment, I'd like to go talk to Doran. He either needs to do his job properly or step down. He's probably holed up in his hill fort. Great. Let's pay the ratbag a visit.
Brig, well met. A pleasure seeing you. Your face is as dour as ever. You always seem on the road.
So do you, Doran, Lord of Boyle. Speaking of the road, I've run across many of your people on it.
Are they? So far from the hill fort?
Not by choice. One starving that tells of others in your land who starve as well, and a soldier maimed who fought your battles while your chair sits empty. His fellows dead at the hands of bandits. Yet here you sit.
Brig, one chief cannot solve all ills. Not in these times. We must do what we can, and if it's not to be, it is not to be.
Not to be. Either lead or give way. But do not let your people who count on you and now wander the roads, finding more safety anywhere else than under your banner.
Have a care, woman. Do not speak to our lord.
You piss off! This is between me and this spineless jackass.
Brig, mind your words. Times are difficult. We all suffer in our way. My people love me and I love them. Times will change. We must wait it out.
Wait it out?
Yeah. The bandits will go elsewhere in time. The crops shall grow again. Our spirit shall preserve. Fortune is like the weather, and one must not mind it, but wait for it to pass.
So you do nothing. Your answer is to do nothing.
Brig, I do not like the challenge I hear in your tone.
Forget it. This weakling has never seen battle. And if he ever came close to a battlefield or fought for his people...
But it is not a battlefield. Brig, there is no cause for such anger. Come, share a meal with me. We have wine. One of the soldiers caught aboard, you see? Let us feast, and let tempers settle.
You feast while your people starve. Your escort hunts while your soldiers at home die to protect your people, and you do not see. Save your food for those who need it.
Brig, I have been patient, but it is not boundless. Look, I even give you the honor of carving the boar. Take this.
Have a care with that knife. I want nothing from you but a show of some sense. But if you draw it, I will take it and your hand. I swear it.
How dare you? If you force my men to act, your blood is on my soldiers' hands, not mine.
Your soldiers' hands? Are you such a coward? You distance yourself even from your own orders. I've heard enough. If your throne sits empty, let it remain empty. Do not return.
You do not command me. If my life is what you want, then try and take it.
Very well.
Lord Doran, she killed him. It was so fast.
What have you done? You will answer for this.
If I will answer for this, it will not be today. Doran, however, he has spoken his last, and may his people be better for it.
I've caught wind of something I need to follow up on. It could take a while, or, well, you could never hear from me again. Either way could be a win-win, depending on how much you care. Well, you know I've made a career of hunting monsters, mostly successfully. But there was one that always managed to get away no matter how many blades and arrows I put in it. And it's important that it not get away this time. I've heard rumours, perhaps forcibly extracted from reluctant druids who were nearly pissing themselves rather than speak of it, that this old target of mine has taken up residence in Dumbriga Forest. It's a nasty piece of work, a demon. I know it's there, and I intend to make sure that forest is its grave. It's a long story, but they're hard to kill, especially this one. And they have a thing for snaring souls of their victims and bringing them back as servants, usually to keep the chain of killing going. Real pleasant. To Dumbriga, and I hope you brought a shovel, either for me or the demon. Hopefully the demon. So here we are. The demon's here, I can feel it. But it's more than that. This place feels... So before, I mentioned this golden eye of mine was a lover's parting gift. What I didn't tell you was how we parted. It's why I'm here. You see, he was a monster hunter too. He made it sound like the most glamorous thing in the world. A life of adventure, excitement, steady coin and lots of it. And the company at night wasn't bad either. Until I lost him. There's always one monster that's going to be your last. He ended up dying in my place. Took a blow meant for me. This demon, we underestimated it, and he paid the price. What we discovered is this sulfuric bastard can't be killed unless a specific ritual is performed that'll drive its spirit from its body and scatter it to the winds, so it can never become whole again. Yes, and I've been dying to use it, hoping for a chance, and some sign of it showing up again. The demon who killed him, it's still alive, somewhere in this forest. I'm here for payback. A final gift in exchange for everything he gave me. Maybe then, I can focus more on the present. Right, that's enough out of me. Let's sink our teeth into this demon. Looks like this place is touched by the corruption too. Wonderful. The demon's close. I can smell the sulfur in the air. Get ready.
A huntress comes, and a familiar one.
Remember me, arsehole?
I remember 2 hunters, not 1. I remember one survivor, weak and bloody, who bore silent witness as the other died at my hand.
You sulphurous son of a bitch. We're prepared this time, and you won't find us easy pickings like your other victims.
Victims? No, I do not make victims of my prey. I grant their souls release, and grant them the honor of serving me even past death, as you will.
Right, enough of this bullshit. It's time to die.
Not yet, but I'll find you.
Get back here, you bastard! I'm not done with you! Oh, great. That's fucking great. Ugh, I doubt it. The corruption has this forest so twisted it may as well be a knot. Still, the Druids did mention this forest has a guardian. Maybe we can find it. Get it to help us. It may know a way to reach the demon, bridge or no. I say we find it, and make it help us. Uh-oh. Looks like we found the forest's protector, but it looks... The corruption won't leave anything alone, will it? Time to free ourselves a bear. We killed it. I didn't want to, but it can't help us now. Or maybe it can. This golden socket of mine may help, and that ancient spirit still has its eye, and with it... I can feel everything. The breeze touching the leaves, the blades of grass along the forest floor, the sun on the tree's canopy, and the demon. It has bought itself time, but it's not beyond our reach. Not now. Let us get back to the broken bridge. Then we'll make a new one. I'll reach deep down, sink my mind into the soil like hands, weaving every vine, every branch, have them all intertwined, making a new bridge for us to cross. It's done! We need to hurry. Not sure how long the bridge can hold. And whoa, nature magic! What a rush! I'm beginning to see why you Druids get so hot and bothered. No time to lose. If that demon manages to escape...
So, you follow, and you bear the eye of the ancient spirit. It seems you murder the powers of this forest for me. I should thank you. Did you pause before slaying the creature? Was it truly beyond help? Or did you simply lash out and make of it a duel?
We've had enough of you, you sulphurous sack of shit. Today, you die. And you're not claiming another damn soul. Not while I'm here.
Nah, but souls serve me. All I have taken are now mine to do with as I will. And I have taken so many. A legion, in fact.
Uh-oh.
It's down. Time for the ritual. You will answer for every soul you've taken. And the loved one you took from me. Your end, too long delayed, comes for you now, and you shall be no more! It's done. Yes. Just need a moment. I can't believe it. After all this time, I was never sure I would be able to stop him. I know we've all lost people. None of us have had an easy go. He took care of me. When we met, I was young, but I'd already been through so much. And he showed me how to kill, properly. Not the messy shit I was up to before. Honourable kills. Ref was his name. Raphael, the love of my life. Fomorian. When we were together, it was like we were one against the universe. There are lots of challenges falling in love with an immortal. The one I never expected was having to outlive him. I hope you rest easy now, Morian fool. The scales are balanced. Oh, look at me, being a sappy piece of crap. Let's head back to the boat. I've had enough of this place. The forest spirit, its power is fading. I can't hear the forest any longer, it's falling silent. But there was no other path forward. If I had the choice again, I'd do it all the same. Killing the demon, it was more important. And I'll do what I can to make up for what I did. If that means standing beside you, ridding the world of this infestation, I will.
Oh, you're back. Amagen was a little disappointed when he realized he couldn't go back in time with you. He said he had some work to do, told me to meet him in the tower if we need him. But tell me, what's the plan? Danios? That name's familiar. That's... oh, right. The mortals call it Compostela these days. Sure, it's a pigsty, but it's still the surface world. I get to see the stars and the sky. Plus, it's a human city. That means food and ale. Better than what we get down below, if you know what I mean. I can go with you as long as we stay off the main roads. My look scares humans, you know.
Greetings, friend. Could I perhaps interest you in a good cause? Wonderful. My name is Imad al-Din, a man of Muhammad's faith. I have been called to be a protector for the unwary on the road, keeping its pilgrims from harm. I see you carry a well-worn weapon, and surmise that you are familiar with its use. I am desperately in need of someone both skilled and willing to help. Let me be plain. While I protect pilgrims on the road, once they reach the city, they are beyond my skills. Yet, I lost some of my charges within these walls. I feel responsible. I would ask you to help me find them. I haven't had news from them since last night. Simply come with me, friend, as I verify my client's health. And if it should be required, perhaps you can step in to prevent violence from escalating. Then let us go. By the angels, it's Roland! His throat's been cut. He and I shared meals on the road. Who could have done this? Please, look around the body. See if you can find any tracks, any clues. We must stop this killer. Michael. No! Who could have done this? My friend, please, I beseech you for your aid. Search the area. We must be getting close to our killer. Wait, I recognize this knife. Where did I see it? Blasphemy. By all the angels in heaven, who would do such a thing to an innocent traveler? Adriano, we will find your killer. We must stop them before they hurt others. Please, search this place. Anything we can do to end this terror. Red hairs. I have seen hair like this, I know it, but I do not recall the face that comes with it. Friend, we will find this murderer, I am certain of it. We are on his or her trail. Let us go. Sharp eyes, my friend. A patch of greenish cloth, from torn clothing perhaps. I would not have seen that. I wonder if it belonged to the killer. Let us continue. I fear the worst for my other friends. The cloth, red hair, the knife. The wench at the tavern! I have seen her carrying this blade. She is a red-haired girl and usually wears a greenish dress. Quickly! We must return there. You, a moment, please.
I'm sorry. I'm too busy to chat. I don't see what this has to do with me. I caught it in a door. That kind of thing happens all the time. That could be anyone. Lots of people have hair like mine. It was stolen from me the other day. Prove otherwise. Then call the guard. Get them to haul me away. I did it. I couldn't avoid it. I have some wild instincts. You know what I mean? Sometimes I need to set them free when they burn inside me.
Those people were pilgrims.
Pilgrims? They fooled you, didn't they? You should be thanking me for killing them. I may have saved your life. Or at least your gold. They visited the tavern a couple of times before. You'd be surprised the things a humble wench can hear from drunk people.
Even if they were criminals, they deserved a chance to make reparation of their deeds and look for their redemption. Our Lord is merciful with those who repent.
Good for you if you believe in divine justice and forgiveness of sins, but the only justice I trust is an eye for an eye.
An eye for your eye?
Even better, an eye for a life, like the life we took from that demon. Wait, demon, my eye.
Oof, my back. I hope these two are worth it.
Oh, my head. Yes, I do. Just a little headache. But wait, this ache, it's not the only thing I have in my head. I remember you, Mill, and Heraclius, but I don't remember him. I remember, by the everlasting, I remember being him. What kind of sorcery is this? Yes, I know it, but I'm not sure if I understand it. I like Heraclius. In some ways it's like me when I was young, eager to fight, looking for the glory in combat. So ingenuous. There's no glory in war, just pain and death. Did Heraclius grow up to learn it? I can't remember it. Did I die young? Everything is so weird. In the name of the Maker, I feel so strange. What do we have to do now? Count on me if you need me, Mel. Strange as it is, I'm sure it's the will of the Almighty.
drink too much beer last night? Oh, yes. That stranger and you wanted to throw me in jail. Do you still want to do it? Will you put this wolf in a cage, Millisbane? I remember. Yes. I remember Maul, the Morians, you, the eye. Do you think we could find a Morian to get me a golden eye like the one I had? I'm not saying I'd like to lose one, but it would be so great to find out what my victims feel like when they die. I could get new ideas from it. I like to be creative, you know? Let's get to the point. What do you want from me? My knife is always sharp, Mill. Just call me when you need me.
Welcome back, Mill. It appears that I am not capable of traveling to the past. It is disappointing. I was hoping to be able to warn our colleagues of all the misfortunes and problems that await us in the future. And I would like to spend time with you. I have a lot of stories to tell you. But, well, do be so kind as to refresh my dusty thoughts. What was the plan Nazeja laid out for us? The talks, of course. They keep some of the vital essence from the owner. They can link us with our old memories. But wait, I had one of these. Where did I leave it? I can't remember. How could I lose such an important artifact? Do you know something about it, Mel? Begins to come back to me. I look forward to rediscovering my youthful idealism. Gods be damned. It has no effect on me. I assume this means that they function only for those who have been reincarnated. Ah, fine. I'll trust you to remind me of what we wish to accomplish. Listen, do you remember the prison I told you about? I did some research while you were away. I've sensed a familiar presence beneath the cathedral, but I can't tell who it is. The aura is muddled. I daren't go down there. Now that you're here, though... I agree. If the church is holding captives down there, you have no time to waste.
There must be more you can do.
I'm doing all I can for him, Madalena, I assure you.
Can you work some magic? Some sort of prayer?
I am a man of God, not a witch.
No. Lalo, my dear son. When will he die?
I am sorry, but... Wait. I've heard of an ointment that might help Lalo. Unfortunately, it requires rare ingredients, and I cannot leave to fetch them. Will you be so kind as to help? Praise God, and let me provide you with the directions you need.
I'm so grateful to you. Thank you, stranger.
Truly, God's light shines in your heart. I must warn you that the way is dangerous and beset with peril. Be ready, my friend.
Back. Did you find the plants?
Do you have the ingredients? The boy is fading quickly.
Oh, thank God.
Let us thank God by thanking his hands in this matter. You have our everlasting gratitude, my friend. Give me a moment. By God, it worked. My friend, I am forever in your debt. He is not cured, but at least he's stable. We want some time.
Oh, Lord. Look at him. Sleeping calm. These herbs you brought are a blessing.
They're good to ease the pain and give rest to the mind. Are the same I used to help Lugade with the injuries that tortured him.
Lugade, that spoiled brat. I'm such a crybaby. And his parents ruined him with all their cares. I never saw Tiana moaning for an injury. I know what I say. I trained them both, you know?
Tiana. Lugade? You?
Commander Tiana?
There. The man, the woman, and the child.
Is it really you? Mil Spain, where have you been? What happened to you? What happened to me? I was a warrior, now a matron. I commanded armies. I remember now, Mil. Brig. Though you wouldn't know it from this body. What about my child? What about Isaiah? Then we need to revive Isaiah. If I remember Brig, maybe he has memories of Kaldun. She was the smartest woman I ever knew. She'll be able to help my son. It's strange. I have a memory of my son and my life here, but it's like a dream atop a dream. Let's take care of Lalo. With all of us together, I don't doubt that we'll find a cure.
My aching head. Mill? Mill? Mill, is that you? Your unchanged form. Wait. That wasn't... Now... I saw you in another life. Before, I know who I am. I'm Isaiah. But I remember... I was so different. Oh, may Lord forgive me. I remember being her, a priestess of the sun god. This part is not so different. It seems my fate is to be committed to a god. I remember Egypt, but Compostela is my home. And I remember some abhorrent deeds. I was a necromancer. In the name of the Lord. And the carnal part. I was not only chaste, was I? I had sex with many men and women, and I didn't feel any guilt for it. Get it together, Cal. Isaiah, we have no time for this.
Well, Isaiah, what can you do?
With the memories of my past restored, I see what's happened. The child's soul, what Kaldun said the car, has wandered from his body.
But surely you can call it back.
It's beyond my power. And without the soul, any soul, his body will wither and die.
And what would that do to my son?
It would save his life. When his car returns, it will have a home in the mosque. And then we can ask Taraste to give the boy's body back.
And if the goblin refuses?
We will address that if the situation arises, but we won't have the opportunity if your son is dead.
Very well. But I want your word that you'll help restore my son.
Come, Madalena. The boy has survived. We must see why Mill has awoken us. What great deeds await us in this time.
Well, well. What do we have here? People in the area are starting to talk about you too much. Impossible not to find you.
I already am, and we're not even there.
That name. It's been ages since anyone has referred to me by that name. What has happened to me is time and the world of men. Decisions and trust in those who did not deserve it. The lack of determination to cut necks when I had the opportunity to do so, and the failure to purify and fire all those who now persecute us, while they were still fighting amongst themselves. I am not the proud queen you knew, either literally or figuratively. Nothing of the vital person you knew remains in me. Centuries of torture, persecution, and death of my friends and fellow beings have turned me into another person. I'm not here to catch up, that's for later. Fate is not to be trifled with. You are all like knives scraping the pot, a constant headache. inducing nuisance that must stop in order to bring peace to the timeline. We will meet again soon, but what I'm looking for now is more important to me than your mission or anyone else's. When I find it, I will contact you. Give me Imogen's talk, and when we meet again, I will be part of your team, as he was in the past. Now is not the time to explain myself to you.
San Francisco is so cool. And this gallery is
The time we live in now is different, Mill. Do not trust your memory, although you can trust that I will not harm you as long as you are useful to me. Don't worry about this. It will be more useful in my hands. Oh, I am sure Imogen asked you to investigate the basement of the Cathedral. Bring me with you if you are willing to visit the place. I also felt something ominous is happening under this building.
You're a noteworthy adult being honored by your peers.
Hello, Father. I don't believe we've met. What brings you to my golden cathedral?
Max, I'm gonna eat up that caviar so you don't have to. Better get in there and start schmoozing. You know, I won't always be here to take charge. But you come talk to me whenever you want.
Come on, Max. After everything that's happened, this should be the least scary thing you've ever done.
Castle Uliver. According to the Archbishop, this is where we'll find the Templars. You must be Commander Tacitus. My name is... We have a child in our care, one who's been possessed by a magical creature. The Archbishop said you might be able to help him.
Excuse me, I'd love to ask you a few questions about your work.
Sorry, but
Bring the child here. This is quite the complicated situation. A goblin and a human child forced to inhabit the same body. Before we take this any further, there's something you should know. You did me a favor a long time ago. You knew me as Valath. I'm flattered that you remember me, Millisbane. Yes, you were not the most useful ally in the past. You knew me as Varlath. I hope you will remember in the future that I helped you despite the fact that you were not loyal to me, Millisbane. In the other world, I was no one. I would never rise above my station. Here, as Templar, I have power, true power, as long as the Church endures. The gold in our kingdom made us able to create rich associations on the surface. We started by lending money and protecting people on the journey to the Holy Land, and established ourselves as one of the most powerful organizations in the world. It allows me to continue to serve my people while hiding my people in our midst. The goblin has claimed the child's body, but the child still struggles against it. The battle between them is what's causing this catatonia. There's an old Morian ritual. It won't solve the problem by itself, but it will tell us if there's a way to separate the two souls. I need to prepare a few things before we start. When magic beings are involved, it is wise to be discreet. There's a cabin near the castle that I use when I need some privacy. Meet me there when you're ready to begin the ritual. Oh, one more thing. This ritual is powerful and will draw the attention of any demons nearby. Be ready for a fight.
What's wrong? Did the ritual work?
I'm afraid there's nothing to be done. No, it worked. There is one way to separate Lalo from the goblin. We could remove the mask.
But that would kill Lalo.
Exactly. If the child and the goblin can't be separated from one another, then they both need to accept their new circumstances.
Wait, you're giving up?
No, I'm saving 2 lives. If Lalo and Traste keep struggling against each other, both will continue to suffer. Do you understand? Both of you? Good. Now you should leave, all of you, before the rest of the Templars start asking questions you can't answer.
I'm sorry, my friend. This isn't at all what I thought would happen.
I think that would make her very happy.
I knew Nathan Prescott was...
I had hoped both of them could be freed of each other. But maybe that was too optimistic. But the Archbishop and Tacitus did their best to help us. I hope you understand now why I put so much faith in the church.
That pervert was pulling all this shit right under my nose, too. I could have stopped him and Nathan if only...
Here we are. Let's look around and get out as soon as possible. I hate this place. We need to get these cages open. I think that's Broth. I should have had this city burned to the ground years ago. I swear I'll see him burn for this. It looks like they've been trying to create some kind of amalgamation. Their incomprehension and fear lead them to do atrocities. I can only assure you that after they are done, they will know what true terror is. I don't know, maybe. This creature has a destiny ahead of it, though. I can see that much.
I can't let that happen. I have to do something, Warren.
What? Who are you? How did you get down here?
You horrible bastard! What have you done to Barath?
Ah, I see this is about to get violent. Time to test out the other subjects, I think.
Maybe chaos theory. What happened with Jefferson?
Barath? There must be something we can do to help him, or whoever this creature is now. I suggest moving him to the ship and trying to help him there. The more time we spend here, the more danger we are, and the more helpless he is. Barath! It's all right. You're safe, Barath.
Safe? Where am I? Oh, gods. What did they do to us? You're alive. Oh, old friend. It's been so long. Now, I am not Barath. Or yes, or not. Only him. I feel voices. Different minds talking at the same time. Some of them are terrified. Some others angry. Oh, gods, can we leave? We'd very much like to be anywhere else.
Of course, my old friend. Let's get you out of here. I've been thinking about the catacombs, especially the terrible things that we have seen. And that for me was not something new. I've spent years, centuries, hiding away, watching my sisters being slaughtered and trying to help from the shadows. I've lost my eyes and suffered torture, but the time has come to end it all. Maybe it was, though. For the past 1600 years, I've not taken sufficient measures to eradicate this terror. But I will not stop until I have their hearts in my hand. We can't fix the past. What matters is what we do now. I know I am not the person you remember, but centuries of suffering and torture of my own have given me another perspective. I am wiser than the leader you knew, and I am not afraid to use whatever it takes to help you or mine. So this time, I will go with you. Since Amajin will not be accompanying us on our missions, if you can, I would like you to give me the object that belongs to his past self. It will be useful for me to link to him when you change between the eras and receive the information from the past.
Stop! Please, don't kill them. These women were just defending themselves. They were scared.
Tomas, what are you doing with these witches?
I haven't done anything wrong. I'm just trying to help these women.
You're smuggling witches out of Compostela.
If he didn't track down the dark room, I'd be dead right now.
I'm glad to hear someone else values the lives of the innocent.
Innocent? They're witches. They've committed heresy.
Only God may judge these women, or any of us for that matter. But I cannot stand by and watch others suffer at the hands of my own faith.
You're right. What can we do to help?
That's a surprise, honestly. But that's what I needed to hear, Isaiah. I always trusted you as my closest friend. I wanted to know your point of view about this. With your support, I'm now certain that I'm on the right path.
Hey! Stop!
Oh no, my friend! Help the women! All clear. For now.
I see that the real Max is back. So, how was your time trip, dude?
So what now? Are you leaving too?
No, I'm staying. There are other witches in Compostela who need my help.
If you keep this up, they'll catch you eventually.
I know, but if I walked away, the cost would be my soul.
My God! This is the end! If only I could find... I was thinking of placing it in the portico itself, or right at the base of the mullion column, facing the main space, but while I was deciding, someone has stolen my designs, and I won't get the work done in time before the consecration of the cathedral. All my assistants' salaries and my own depend on it. Oh, I would do anything to get it back in time. Would you be so kind as to help me? You look like your luck is with you wherever you go. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. We have no enemies here. We are all honest workers, and the cathedral is something that will make this city known all over the world. Although, well, maybe in the tavern you can find some clues. They are the only ones who are afraid of this construction. They believe that religion and its commandments are bad for the vice business. The closer to God, the further from the devil, you know. And that, for the dispensers of good liquor and women, is not a good thing. Here's my salary for the month. It's all I have, but I'm sure you'll need it to make people talk. Money or a good pint of beer will loosen anyone's tongue. Talk to Iago. He's always in there with his dog next to him. If anyone in the tavern has seen anything, he'll know about it. If you return my parchment intact, I will be eternally grateful to you, and the portico of glory will be finished in time.
What do you want, foreigner? Nobody looks at me like that without asking me for something the moment after. I don't want to say that I live here, but the truth is that I spend more time at this table than at home. With no wife and children, no war to fight, what else am I going to do? I haven't seen anyone with such a parchment for a long time. People who can draw or write don't hang around the tavern much. What I have seen is some drunk bragging about being rich for designing the portico of glory in the cathedral over there. He invited everyone for a few rounds and confronted half the people in the tavern. He didn't look like someone to be trusted to build a cathedral, really. Yeah, the problem is that where he's gone, you can't follow him, or at least I wouldn't advise it. I've already told you that he confronted half the tavern, and that, in a place like this, does not bode well for the future. He'll either be up or down. Although from his attitude, I don't think that St. Peter would open the gates of heaven for him. What you can find, with a little luck, is his body. I imagine it'll be the most recent grave in the cemetery. I'm sorry I can't be of more help. Good luck to you.
Oh, a miracle! This is a divine sign that we are on the right track. Oh, thank you very much for everything. Now the cathedral will be able to be consecrated with the work finished on time.
I know exactly where the bandits are. Innocent people are being attacked and robbed. There must be something you can do. I take it you enjoyed that little spectacle. There's a gang of bandits that's attacking people along the main road. Last week, they robbed my sister, so I decided to do something about it. I tracked the bandits to their base camp. They haven't even hid it that well. I've tried telling the guards, but they won't do anything. I'd fight them myself. I want to fight them myself, but I can't do it alone. And every time I try to recruit help, they all laugh at me. None of them want a woman leading them into battle. You will? Thank you. The bandit camp is in the woods outside of town. I'll meet you there.
Dank and musty. He has let his dwelling go to seed. It's worse than I thought. If I'm reading the signs correctly, I thought Imogen might be acting alone. Do you remember the coven of my sisters, the one we destroyed before you were blasted through time? This is the counterpart of their ritual. They brew corruption here, and somehow they have found a way to infect the time stream. This is the source. Hold on right there. With his talk, in his house, I can perform a ritual to find out more. We should never have faced the gods. It caused our weakness. I will undo our mistakes and control the Tuatha through corruption. Then they won't kill If by mistake. Something went wrong with the Tuatha. I was not able to lead them, and it seems they killed him even before I took control. Instead, I will have to control Tarlo. Through his ambition, I will prevent the Celts from travelling to Ireland, and to avenge If. The gods must be alive when the Romans arrive. We must stand together. Miller Spaniard is here. Things are changing all the time. I'm sorry. But even so, it's not enough. We have to be more aggressive. We have to avoid the past, whatever it takes. That idiot! It's one thing to attack the church and another to prevent it from existing in the first place. Neither he nor my sisters quite understand the chaos they can provoke. This is worse than I imagined. Imogen is not merely experimenting with corruption. He is using it, and it is using him. One cannot touch the corruption without being in some way corrupted themselves. We saw it with my sisters, the Morian coven, and we're seeing it now with Imogen. In seeking to understand it, he has become enmeshed with it. What you saw was a rift in time. The timeline itself has driven us to the magical plane and tried to destroy us. My point is, don't mess with time. It's not just about changing the present. If Imogen goes on as he has been, everything could be destroyed. These birds in the cages, they are the same as those who serve the vengeance. They can traverse time itself. Imogen has been feeding them corruption. He sends them back through history, attempting to alter times and places. Don't you see? Our foe all the time has been Imogen. It's Imogen who's been responsible for the horrors we've been facing. He has reconvened the Council of Witches. My Morian sisters have reappeared and do his bidding. They are the mouth of hell. We must find them and put a stop to them once and for all. If he has not begun this process already, he will soon. Perhaps we can unravel the corruption before it begins. We must go to the mouth of hell and confront him. I agree, we must act quickly. I have to warn you, even though we don't have much time, it will be wise to be prepared before we depart. Our old friend is powerful, and once we face up to him, there will be no turning back. We should be wary. Who can say what Amajin and my sisters have in store? What creatures have made this their home now?
Ah, my old friends. Just in time to see how I end this hellish situation. Why? Because time has gone awry. Because history failed us. Because it is my responsibility to fix the mess that I helped cause. You haven't seen people die like I have. You haven't seen our entire culture wiped out. You see nothing of history's great convolutions. But I, the greatest druid of all time, have its salvation in my hands.
Salvation? You're causing its destruction, you fool.
Nazesha, you're so jealous. The only ambition you admire is your own. And now that I have truly eclipsed you, you throw yourself in the path of my success. But you're too late, seer. Too blind. And you will never see our triumph.
We must find him. Somehow, we must find him. All of us to the ship. Perhaps we can race the corruption through time before it reaches our past selves.
Headed to your ship, are you? Where do you think you might be going? I've learned a lot from this ship. It will be a pity to see it gone, but it must go. You don't know it, but I have created a better world for all of us. I am secure in this knowledge. Goodbye, my friends.
The vengeance. And the people, the crew. We have failed them.
It's done. We can't go back in time. Amagian has won.
No, he didn't. Not yet. We will need to cross all Galicia on foot. It will be a long road full of dangers, as we are heading to Ulva's castle, home of Varla, where we have already been. The fortress was created to protect the gate of ancient Mount Medu. It is our only hope. It seems that they are attacking the Templars. We have to find the door as soon as possible. We cannot risk this battle burying the entrance, wherever it is.
Well, well. It seems that the information we had was right. Your journey ends here, Primitive. The time has come to finish with you, as well as with all the impious scum out there. Being a refuge helped us get rid of the most dangerous of these demons, like your friend the Chimera here. This witch's distrust of everyone and everything has kept us away from her these years. But it has always been our goal. As long as he helps us to hunt his own, his leadership is welcome. And if one day his impious origin distracts him from his duties, I myself will pierce his chest with my sword. I have no intention of leaving here on my own while you are still alive. So I am not interested in the deal. He has gone ahead of you and is making a deal with the demons of the underworld to unleash a hell on this earth that will cleanse everything in a purifying fire. Whether you beat me or not, it won't do you any good. I'm tired of talking. It's time to die, you bastards! Even if I fall, the door is still hidden. And time runs against you. I hope you enjoy the fire.
As a trader, I always knew that to get something, you had to give something else in value in return. I just tried to get the best deal possible, and I have kept this land protected for hundreds of years, while our old and ancient leader crawled among the stones like the snake she is.
My hands may be stained with mud, but I still keep them clean from the blood of my brothers.
But I still have both eyes, my lady. You look at me with contempt and rejoice at my defeat, but I am a necessary evil. Listen to me carefully. My death will bring about the disappearance of our entire race, for no one will be willing to do what is necessary to survive.
Well, if we are to disappear, so be it.
Die, dog! I did not learn your name in life, and I will not pay attention to you while you die.
The crew! Thank God they're alive.
The magic of vengeance came to protect them. They're all safe.
Let's not waste time. We've been away for a long time, and we don't know what Amagin has been up to. We must return soon as possible.
This is a big mess. We need to reach the market and try to keep the people safe. I can't believe that I'll be the one responsible for all this.
Mill? We were all giving you up for lost. I won't be able to hold on for long. Please, whatever you're going to do to help, make it quick.
Mille Spain, I am King Zirion. You must listen to me. The corrupted creatures found in Brigantia are imbued with dark magic. But if you follow my instructions, we can weaken them. Use the horn on the coast, and you will be able to attract that magic to Erko, the dog that observes the battle from the sea. The horn's magic will create a bridge, and the dog's own dark nature will make him a kind of magic beacon that will attract corruption. You must hurry. The forces of Chiana and the Seer will not be able to hold that army unaided much longer. There!
This is not the time or place to discuss this. When the battle is over, we will talk about who has or does not have rights.
No one except me has rights to anything. Listen, I never wanted this responsibility. But, what do you think, Mill? I hope you will support me when I claim the throne. People of Caltia, I have returned in your darkest hour. While I was recovering in Dumbriga from the wounds inflicted upon me by the king's assassins, I could only think of one thing, that I had failed you by not facing Tarlok the very moment I set foot in my beloved Brigantia. Today, I return and accept my destiny, to be the leader that you and my father always wanted me to be. I hope that Commander Tiana accepts my invitation to command my army, regardless of our differences. I want people of her nobility working by my side. Miller Spain will need all our strength when returning from the mission, because then we will prepare for the next one. Revenge against the Tuatha Tadanan.
For a united Caltia!
I don't know how much knowledge I will amass over the next few centuries, but with what has happened and what I know from you, There is only one place from which I can continue to carry out my plan. The Cave of Eternity. We'll have to go there and face it. Mill, if you need any supplies, buy equipment, or attend to any tasks, now is the time. We will not go back once we go to meet my future self.
Come, all of you, my faithful people, for as of today, this holy cathedral will see its grandiose work completed. Its 12 crosses will be consecrated, and we will rejoice before the corpse of a true apostle of Christ, to whom we come pointed out by the stars of heaven.
It is interesting. Instead of walking to the Medulus, you could have come directly to Compostela to try to stop me. I would not have had enough time, and it is likely that between all of you, you would have stopped me. That's your problem. You always want to save everyone. No sacrifice. No one behind. No, not at all. I have no interest in amassing more dark power than I already have. My intentions are much more explosive.
Mill, this place is a crossroads, a nexus of dimensions that is present at the same time in every timeline. If he blows that up here, he will shatter the foundations on which the cathedral stands, and damage the sacred tree of Dunnius, as well as killing himself.
What is sacred to us is the place. If the tree is damaged, it may even ensure that the cathedral will never be built, because without its wood and the stone from the necropolis, they will be forced to erect it elsewhere. One way or another, victory will be mine. But I have had plenty of time to prepare for your arrival. I have not planned this for centuries to lose now. I bring you an old friend. He's not what he once was, but this time he has me by his side to stand against. This cave, my power is nourished by time itself. I am the greatest sorcerer there ever was. I defeated the Tuatha and raised Camelot. Let us see how you endure being everywhere and nowhere at once. The cathedral! You've distracted me for too long. Damn you for making me come to this.
will have to choose. Either defend Brigantia from the greatest horror that corruption can create, or stay here to fight me.
I sought immortality out of a fear of my own death. I found that the death of my loved ones was far more terrible to me. You, Taliesin, Arthur. I'm glad I'm not the one who sees you off this time. It's funny, but after so much advice, the last piece is one I give myself. Be happy, Namagin. You're going to meet amazing people. And don't be afraid of this moment, because when it comes, you'll be at peace.
Proud as she was, Tiana refused to join the Lugade government and left. For years, she walked the lands far from Chaltia, living as a mercenary, a thief, and a pirate. She eventually became a queen by her own hand. And this story shall also be told. Lugade struggled all his life against the stigma of not being his father. The loneliness of his rule brought him closer to his mother, who encouraged him to make changes to bring his own kingdom closer to the ways of the Egyptian people. Despite becoming the centre of trade and a very wealthy area, after a few years his reign languished until he was forced to leave. Inspired by the papers we found from Amagin, I fought to be the greatest witch who ever existed. I kept changing my location and identity. I became known as Alice Keitler or Mother Shipton. I travelled to the New World and led the Salem Witches. I secluded myself in the woods and called myself Eli Kedwood. Eventually, I was called Mary Laveau, until I decided to return to Galicia. Forever I will roam the woods, seducing anyone I please and cursing whoever dares to disturb me. For if I can't find calm in my pain, I'll seek amusement in the torment of others. However skillful she was at killing, Aldonza's career as a serial killer was short. Her time away with you matched the lack of deaths, and upon her return, as soon as she committed a couple of crimes, it became obvious to the authorities in Compostela. She died in a cage, as she could never bear to live. A tragic story for our most troubled companion. The situations she experienced with the team were too much for Isaiah, who gave free rein to her Kaldun feelings and tried to delve into the world of witchcraft. Since magic per se was no longer accessible, he devoted himself to the study of potions, ointments, and amulets, which gave him a certain impact in the villages around Compostela. The friends he left in the Order kept him far from the radar of the Church, which let him live in peace until the end of his days. Although Brigg finally rested, once the whole adventure was over, Madalena chose to continue accompanying Lalo, who had developed a passion for adventure due to Trace's influence. Together they lived through all sorts of adventures that made Madalena feel closer to her son than she ever had been with anyone else, and she lived a full life until the end of her days. Delbert stayed on the surface, visited all the places in the world and made legends and mysteries grow, such as Bigfoot, the Yeti, or demonic apparitions among the people who met her by accident. It always remained on the fringes of society, which had never accepted it until the appearance of its greatest ally, capitalism. For years, she was part of travelling creature circuses that paid fortunes to see her in private sessions. Finally, she got an agent, and together they created the character of the Matriarch, a wrestling star who rose to international prominence. Thanks to her size and great charisma, she starred in series and films in what was known then as Hollywood, a place where no one seemed to mind that, from time to time, she ate one of her fans. The pain of not being able to forgive himself for the deaths caused by his actions drove Amagin to a constant attempt to make amends. Taliesin's sons, Eberfin and Emeron, became great leaders, warriors and wizards under his tutelage, ruling Ireland, and ruled the whole of the island. Amagin, displeased, soured his character over the years and centuries, aging into the figure you met on your travels. The mythical Miller Spaniard continued his adventures and led the battle against the Tuatha de Danann. His army was named Milesians, and his trusted group the Sons of Mil. But you were forever a blur to me, beyond what you had shared, or shared with others. Your story will always be legend.